No, I'm not substituting her, madam. I am representing her in absentia. In her absentia.
Okay, fine.
As it is a court.
English language, eh? Standing in her stead. They've never heard of it.
No, madam.
Okay.
We learn everything.
Stick around. You'll learn that.
As it is a court.
Thank you. I see Mr. Sibanda is amused. Yes, Mr. Mgomezulu.
Thank you, madam. Morning, Mr. Host. So, yesterday we ended I ended my cross-examination on the cell phone device that was last recorded at 4 Sloras, 4 minutes past 5, and on the 27th or on the 27th of October, if not the 29th of October. That cell phone was for the first time after the 26th of October, re-registered on the towers of 4 Sloras. Is that correct? The question that I want to pose now is, this cell phone, if it was not in 4 Sloras on the day Senzo Meyiwa was killed, and this cell phone is associated with accused number 3, or is registered in the name of accused number 3, who else do you think might have been in possession of that phone without accused number 3?
Please, my lord, we object to that question. We submit that it's the witness is being asked to speculate. The speculation will be of no assistance to the court. In any case, that is not something that falls within his knowledge. We submit that it's an unfair question.
Yes, Mr. Mgomezulu.
My lord, I submit with due respect that I asked this question with the full knowledge that this cell phone was registered in the name of accused number 3.
But your question, oh well.
May I rephrase it, madam?
Okay, fine. All right.
May I rephrase it with due respect? Mr. Host, let me take you back again on your examination in chief. You confirmed that this number belongs to accused number 3, correct?
That's according to my knowledge, yes.
And according to your evidence, this cell phone, you said it communicated with accused number 5, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
And if we are talking about accused number 3, we are talking about Mr. Mnuve. Do you agree?
That's correct.
Do you know him here in court? Do you see him here in court?
1, 2, 3. Must be the one in the middle. I don't know. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. That's correct.
And accused number 5 is the last one on the row. So we talk about the people that we can see, correct?
That's correct.
And with your evidence saying accused number 3 and number 5, when you were taken by the prosecution or by my colleague in respect of the 3 transactions that registered on the 26th of October, you mentioned only 3 transactions on the 26th of October. Can you recall that?
That's correct.
Uyakhumbula yini ukuthi sikhulume ngama-transaction amathathu ngomhla 26 October athi yebo?
And you are the analyst of this data, correct?
That's correct.
Athi yena uhlaziya le data athi yebo.
What actually made you? Because I believe when you did this analysis, you went through all the transactions in the 205, correct? You started from page 1 up to the last page, correct?
But ukuhlaziya kwakho qala ekhasini lokuqala waze ufike kulokugcina unjalo?
Just one thing. Are we looking at number 27727668169?
That's correct, yes.
I never said only 3 entries. That was for accused 2 that we were talking about yesterday, my lord. That three calls were for accused 2. I never said how many entries were made on the 26th for accused 5.
No, I'll correct you, Mr. Post. I don't like the court to agree with you if we haven't agreed on that. I'll take you on the records. I've even highlighted, you only talked about the communication between accused number 3 and number 5 on the 26th of October 2014.
My lord, according to my records, there was only 1 call on the 26th of October. All the other calls were previous, after. That's why when I started in evidence, or when I started with this statement, there's all the calls that was made. It's on my statement, my lord.
Bathe ingcingo esisuke umsolo wesithathu kuya umsolo wesihlanu ngomhla ka-26 October kube ucingo olulodwa.
I just misplaced my way I actually wrote those. You even specify about times of their communication. There were 3.
That was with accused 2 when I was crossed by, or I was in chief with Advocate Baloy. That was for accused for, I think it was 1739. There was 3 calls made after he was arrested. That's the 3 calls that we're talking about. I never said that this,
Okay.
on this page.
No, it's fine. I'll just turn it down. I'll come back to it. But the purpose for asking this question is not primarily what I'm asking you. Let's proceed. My question is, when you were given this document,
Yes,
you had to go through all of it.
that's correct, my lord.
Bathe uma usunikwa u-exhibit GG ukuthi uhlaziye wayehlaziya yonke athi yebo.
Now, during evidence in chief, sorry, let me say this. What made you, I know you were led by my colleague Mr. Baloy, but your evidence related mainly to the communication between accused number 3 and number 5, correct?
No, my lord. My evidence, if I can read my statement, I was asked by the investigation officer, Brigadier Ganinga, to see if there's any communication. Let me just get my exhibit 85C, paragraph 6. The intention and scope of this analysis and the request from the investigation officer was to determine the following. If there were any communication between 2777668169 and other accused in this matter before this court. And the only numbers I picked up was that of accused number 5. No other numbers were communicating with that number during that period of the section 205. Only accused number 5.
Athi uma uhlaziya le document leyo kubheke ukukhulumisana phakathi komsolo wesithathu nowesihlanu athi cha mina nginikwe-ke umsebenzi ubrigadier Genet ukuthi ngihlaziye ukuthi kwakukhona yini ukukhuluma phakathi kuka-0727661869 nabanye abasola abakhona la enkantolo. Yaphendula ukuthi cha engibonile umsolwa wesihlanu.
My question is that the number 072-766-8169, it appeared from the first page of the data that we're analyzing. Correct?
That's correct, my lord.
But number 072 766-8169 ivele kusuka ekhasini lokuqala othi yebo.
To know the reasons, if not a reason, why the records of the number 072-766-8169 were not placed on record in your examination in chief, starting from page 10, proceeding to page 13. Do you know?
Don't understand.
I don't think there's something that this witness can answer. In any case, we
For example, my lord, when we're dealing with the AVL evidence of debris, the state omitted deliberately the incident that happened at engine garage. This evidence that was titled yesterday, beginning from page 10, 11, 12, and 13, the state realized that it was an own goal in their case. NesiZulu bathi bayigwaze ngowabo umkhondo. May I proceed, my lord?
As a court, please, I don't know what the basis of my colleague's submission is. Fact of the matter is he's representing accused number 1, and he's straddling the lines by cross-examining on behalf of the other accused. If he can maybe just stick to his lane, that would assist.
It's the concern of the defense. We have agreed with Mr. Mnisi the reasons why I have to deal with this evidence. Secondly, these 5 accused are charged with common purpose to commit an offense. Anything that is said, because my colleague forgets that there are only 2 confessions here. Confession for accused number 1 and for accused number 2. Anything that is in that confession that touches accused number 3, 4, and 5, I have a fiduciary duty to cross-examine this witness based on that doctrine of common
No, let's
purpose.
just understand that. You remember you talked about section 319, is it?
219.
Sorry, 219, to
Yes.
say the evidence which is adduced by a confession through either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Correct.
It's not applicable to 2, 3, 4, 5.
Correct.
Right, now you are saying you are cross-examining because of the common purpose doctrine.
Yes. That's what it's one of the charges.
Right, fine. And if what you are cross-examining on impinges in the confession, which attaches or which relates to the other accused who are not involved in that confession. You are saying I should allow you to cross-examine thereof. You are right, but the point is, if you do that, then it's a reflection on your client. Are you of me?
I'm aware of that.
Are you aware of it?
I'm aware, my lord.
Fine.
May I just clarify this, my lord, before I proceed?
Yeah, fine.
This witness relates to the communication between these 5 accused.
Yes, yes.
Where does that emanate from? It emanates from the contents of the confession. And in relation to the contents of the communication, I wish to remind the court that there's evidence that Kelly Kumalo communicated with accused number 3. That's the purpose of getting into number 3 for the confession that has been made by accused 1 and 2. That's the reason it deals with communication. So I want to prove to this witness that there was no communication between Kelly Kumalo and accused number 3 in anticipating in the commission of the said offenses, my lord. That's the relevance of it deals with communication.
All right.
Can't comment on that, my lord.
Yeah.
But on what is related to communication, I want you to show the court, because I've got the records here. Can you please take this number from me? Can you please take these 2 numbers from me? 082 082
Yes.
7044
Yes.
358.
Yes.
The second number 072
Yes.
938
Yes.
24
Yes.
98.
Yes.
Those are numbers for Kelly Kumalo. Those 2 numbers are for Kelly Kumalo. And I have an affidavit made by Kelly Kumalo to say those were the numbers that she was using on the day Senzo was killed. I'm just putting a background. So now, to draw your attention or to employ your skill as a data analyst, I'm putting to you that there was no communication between Kelly Kumalo and accused number 3. Looking at those numbers and on the event of the 26th of October, you'll find no communication between accused number 3 and Kelly Kumalo. Unless you want me to give you an opportunity to go through that. Specifically on the 26th, because that was the day in which the state alleges that, according to the confession, Kelly Kumalo communicated with accused number 3.
So there's the number 0827044358 ne 072-938-2498. I-numbers kaKelly Kumalo. Futhi ke ukhona lapho ephathisa khona yaBet David ukuthi lezi i-number ezisenzisa ngalilanga Senzo Khulumalo uSenzo Meyiwa bulawa ngalo. Manje ukuthi ke akukho ndawo la khombisa khona ukuthi uKelly Kumalo nomsolo wes3 bakhuluma ngomhla ka-26 njengoba ke umshushisi esho. Kuthiwa uthini ngalokho?
A lot is 337 pages. It's not just a press of the button. So
We can suspend it, we can stand it down. You'll have an opportunity to go through those numbers, if the court so pleases. Can we proceed?
yes,
Or
we can
you-
proceed.
My lord, can I stand down that question for the witness to go through the 205s to check
Find
these
out if
2
there's
numbers?
communication between Kelly
Court.
Kumalo and number 3.
Number 3, my lord.
Is that okay? Colonel
Let me
Holmes?
just, that's correct, my lord. Let me just check. go quickly with
But as I recall the evidence, Kelly Kumalo had about what, 5 numbers or 6 numbers?
Sorry, my lord, to ask, I have no
No, I mean,
recollection.
that's the evidence. Sorry, Mr. Maloi, you recall how many numbers did Miss Kelly Kumalo have?
Yes, indeed, that is stated in the affidavit of stay.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the number of the cell phones that she had.
Yeah, she had about 5 or 6.
Yes.
And further, my lord, it has been stated in that affidavit of Brigadier Kininda, A227, that Kelly Kumalo had 4 cell phones, of cell phone numbers. But now, what is of importance, the logic and the reasons to have the section 205. May I just establish from the witness? Say, when you were approached by Brigadier Kininda, you said somewhere in September last year, 7 months ago, correct?
Wathi-ke ubrigadier Kininda wakuthinda uSeptember kulo nyaka odlula athi yebo.
When he asked you to do the analysis on the basis that Mr. Stein is on retirement, did he tell you that there were section 205s that were taken from the people that were in the house where Senzo was killed? Did he tell you?
No, my lord, when I started with this case, I didn't do the cell phone and the 205. I was doing the downloading of the 2 cell phones of accused 2 and accused 5. Later, during the course of the trial, it was requested for the section 205s to be produced, that we have given to the council, and then I started with the section 205s on the accused. That's why that statement came in later. It was the additional statement, DD52 and DD53. So my original duty, my original was just for the 2 cell phones that was downloaded to do analysis on that, not on the section 205. So that it came later. So I don't know anything about any section 205. Other people that was in the house, I have no record about that.
Wathi ekuqaleni kwalo msebenzi lona nganginikwe inombolo ezimbili kaMsolo wesihlanu umhlolo esibili kuphela ukuthi nje ngikhiphe ulwazi olukhona la ngaphakathi kula mafoni. Manje ke uthi ke emva kwaloko ke ilapho ke ngacela khona ukuthi ngisenze no section 205. Usho ukuthi la ama section 205 anginalwazi ngawo.
I've just checked the exhibits relating to Colonel Stein, exhibit 01.
Oh, 1.
Yes, it shows that Ms. Kelly Kumalo had 8 cell phones.
8 cell phones,
Yes.
yeah, that's the point. Mrs. Kelly Kumalo had 8 cell phones. Fine.
8 cell phones.
Yeah, so when you ask this witness about the communication regarding Kelly Kumalo, it must correlate with 8 cell phones.
I differ
which
with
are-
the Lordship.
According to the state,
I
Ms.
differ,
Kelly
my lord.
Kumalo had.
I differ with the court.
With the court.
Yes, I differ with what the court is saying, that I must correlate with 8 cell phones.
No, but look, it's common sense. If I have 8 cell phones,
My lord, section 205 does not require common sense.
what does it require?
It requires scrutiny on what was registered on that as a database.
Fine,
But now, what may I submit
Yeah, fine.
by saying this?
Yeah.
We'll keep on speculating about the number of cell phones.
Is it a speculation? Wait, Mr. Ngomezulu. Mr. Baloi, is it speculation that Kelly Kumalo had 6 or whatever cell phones?
Well, that's according to the evidence and the affidavit of
Stein.
Stein. I've just quoted
How many cell phones? Just
exhibits.
let's recite those 8 cell phones numbers if there are. Oh, my daughter.
Well, On page
Page-
3, page 3 of Colonel Stein's affidavit, Exhibit 01,
Yeah.
she stated the following. She says, the following extraction out of XDS to trace the following numbers of Kelly Kumalo. Then she mentions them.
And he mentions how many numbers?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So that's not speculation, Mr.
That's the
Gomezu.
reason. My lord, may I just put it this way?
Yeah,
Maybe
fine.
the court will understand me.
Okay.
I wanted to show this, the witness, a document. May I hand over this document to Mr. Stein? I'll show you. I'm not That's the letter that was written by Captain Teto to the TSU for the 205s.
Yes.
And with that letter, she mentioned the numbers that are listed there for the people that were in the house.
Yes.
From that letter, if needs be, I'll make copies for the court and for everyone. In that letter, the numbers that I gave you, the two numbers that I gave you for Kelly Kuman, they also appear in that letter. Do you agree?
Athi kule ncwadi ke ebhalwe uCaptain Mthethwa iya ku-TSU ngama-205 uyabika ke lapho ukuthi kwakuneziphi iy'namba ezasetshenziswa abantu ababe lapha endlini. Uyavuma yini ukuthi lezi namba ekunikeza zona zikhona lapho?
That's correct. The two numbers, that's correct.
Athi yebo lezi namba embili zikhona.
And according to that letter, there were only 2 cell phones that Captain Mthethwa mentioned of the cell phones that were taken from people that were in the house. He mentioned Tumelo, Madlala, Longwe Twala, Mthokozisi, Twala, Madlala, Zandi Kumalo, and I think it's mother of Kelly Kumalo as well.
There's 8 numbers, 9 numbers.
9 numbers.
That's correct.
Including Senzo.
Including Senzo, that's correct. All right.
Athi ke inamba ke lezi ezathathwa amaphoyisa ngaleso sikhathi kuyeka Tumelo Madlala, ekalongwe Twala, ekazandi Khumalo, ngamama Zandi Khumalo Sitham. Zazisheka lolunye inamba ezathathwa lapho.
Yes, if you peruse the second page or the third page, I would say the attachment to those are the 205s, the extracts of the 205 for Kelly Kuman, for both numbers. Correct?
It's one page, my lord. I can't do anything on a one-page extraction.
No, I'm saying it's an extract. I've got the full
I
205.
I understand, but I don't have the 205 with me, my lord, so I can see, I can't do analysis on an extraction or even if I have the document, yes, maybe I can see what I can do,
No,
but
but
not on the extraction of 2 pages. It's
I
not a
wanted
full
to-
document.
We only have 1 page.
No,
One page of one number and 1 page of the other number, my lord.
Okay.
Ngepage elilodwa la nenye inamba nelinye ipage la nenye inamba ngeke ngikwazi ukuhlayizeka ngalama page. Kufanele mathole wonke ama page.
The purpose was not to analyze those documents, was to confirm the contents of what was in that covering letter for Captain Mthethwa. That was the purpose, not to analyze. May I have that document back? The reason why I'm asking this question, Brigadier Kininda, the investigating officer, did not tell you that there was a 205 done on the in 2014 regarding people that were in the house. The relevance of this is based on the communication between accused number 3 and Kelly Kumar.
Brigadier Kininda ke njengoba kuwumseshi azange kutshele ukuthi ke kukhona ama-205 enziwa kubantu abalapho endlini na.
Now, I'm going back to my question. You analyzed, you saw that there is the numbers 072 766 8169 from the beginning of the first page.
Athi uhlazile kubona ukuthi khona le number 0727668169 kusukela ekhasini lokuqala.
If you were not taken on cross-examination yesterday, this information would not have been before this honorable court. You agree?
Imbuzo izolo kusho ukuthi le konke lokhu bekuzobe kungekho phambi kwenkantolo.
Which information is this Mr. Mgomezelo referring to?
My lord, my colleague is not listening to me. He's not listening, but with due respect for the decorum of this court, I'll repeat. I referred you to Exhibit GG, where I asked you whether did you go through that Section 205 document data from page 1 up to the last page. You said yes.
That's correct, my lord.
Athi masibuyela lapha ku-exhibition jiji bambuza ukuthi ufunde wonke yini amakhasi alapho kusukela kweqalo izofika igcina ngathi yebo.
And I asked you about, or I cross-examined you yesterday from page 10, 11, 12, and 13 about the records of cell phone 0727668169.
That's correct.
Athi izolo ngikubuze kusukela ekhasi leshumi kuyofika ekhasini leshumi nantathu mayelana ke nayo le foni u-0727668169. Athi
My
yebo.
question is simple. If I did not ask you about the transactions that are in those pages, this court might have not have knowledge of those transactions without being placed on records by you.
So, God, please, my lord, we have presented that evidence. It's on record. How can now Mr. Mgomezulu says if he didn't ask, we are aware of those calls, and that's why we put them before court. And it cannot be us of this witness that if he did not cross-examine on that, the information would not have surfaced. But it's before court, and we place it before court.
My lord, that's not true.
Not true.
That's not true. Mr. Valo, you must be honest to this court. That's not true. I said, let's stand down that question, the first question I asked you, where you only dealt with 3 transactions on the 26th. That's what I asked you. I'll come back to that question after. I need to consult my notes. I misplaced my notes.
My lord, sorry, there was 3 transactions. 2016, 14, 13, 49, 49. 2016, 2014, 15, 19, 32. And 2016, 18, 31. To accused 5, number 27723995787.
But kukhona ke kathathu lapho kube khona ukuxhumana phakathi kwale number 072766 8169 nenumber ke kamsolo sihlanu 0723995787 umhla 26 zonke kusukela ngesikhathi ka 1349 49 1359 13 15 19 32 no 18 31 16.
You see, Mr. Host, I listen and I write notes.
100%, my lord. I was just looking at the other dates, 100%. I understand, my lord.
Now, I just want us to get into the purpose of your evidence in this court as a data analyst. The main, or let me not put it as the main object or objective of your testimony in general terms as a data analyst. But what does it seek to achieve when you present such evidence in court as an expert?
Njengochwepheshe ke kusizana ukuthi ukulethe ubufakazi obunjena lapha enkantolo.
My Lord, I was asked to see if there was communication between these three and other suspects, and that's what I did, to see if there was communication. That's all. That was my scope of my analysis.
Umsebenzi engithunywe ukuthi ngikwenze ukuthi ngihlaziye ukuthi kwakukhona yini ukuxhumana phakathi komsola wesithathu nabanye abakhona la enkantolo. Wona kuphela umsebenzi engicele wona.
It's not something I made up, it was requested by me by the investigation.
Akuyona izinto into engangizenzele yinto ke engangicela ukuthi ngiyenze.
Yes. So you've done as you were requested and you gave evidence, and surely in your evidence you stated that there was a communication between accused number 3 and number 5.
That's correct.
Ushilo ke ukuthi ke njengoba ucele ukuthi uhlaziye ushilo ukuthi bekukhona ukuxhumana phakathi komsola wesithathu nomtholwa wesihlanu wathi yebo kunjalo.
And one of amongst my colleagues, either Advocate Mnisi, Advocate Numalo or Advocate Mshololo, put it to you that accused number 3 and number 5 knew each other before the incident of the 24th of
100%, my Lord.
Kubuziwe ke lana abanye abameli umnisi nomnqumalo noma umshololo ukuthi bekukhona ukwazana komsolo wesithathu nabanye lesi sigameko singakenzeki wathi yebonala kanjani.
So is it your evidence today that the cell number of accused number 1, the 079-379-0137 cannot be linked with that own number, so with that number 072-766-8169?
For the period 23 October 2014 to 25 January 2015, that's the section 205 I have in front of me. For the other periods, I can't say, my Lord.
Kusho ukuthi ke kule number ke lena u079 579-0137 no 0762-766-8169 bengekho ukuxhumana sithi ke kusukela ngo-October 2014 kuya kuJanuary 2015 lokho ebengingaphawula ngako kodwa ke kwezinye ikhathi anginama 205 angeke ngikwazi ukuphawula ngalokho.
But I'll just put it as a fact to be proven that there was no accused number 1 and number 3 did not know each other on the 26th of October 2014, on the day Senzo was killed.
Ngibeka ukuthi umsolo oqala nomsolo wesithathu babengazani ngaphambili kwamhla 26 October ngelanga uSenzo Meyiwa owabulala ngalo.
Neither there was such a communication between accused number 1 and accused number 3 on that day.
But futhi akukho ukuxhumana phakathi kamsolo oqala nomsolo wesithathu ngalelo langa.
Noted, my Lord. Can't comment on it.
Akukho engakuphawula ngalokho.
Now, if this purpose of giving this evidence is demonstrated by you from the request of the lead investigator, Mr. Brigadier Gininda, I'm putting it to you now as a matter of a proven fact that accused number 2, being the owner and the possessor, lawful possessor of the cell phone 072 766 8169, was not in Vosloorus on the day Senzo was killed.
I can't comment on it, my lord. I haven't got the section 205 for that number, so I can't comment on that statement, my lord.
Tuke umsolo sibili umnini wale phone lo 0727668169 wayengekho Vosloorus ngelanga uSenzo Meyiwa abulala ngalo kusho ukuthi ke wathi anginayo section 205 ya le phone futhi ngeke ngikwazi ukuphawula ngalo.
I was meaning accused number 1 and number 3. I beg your pardon.
Bengikhuluma ngomsalo uhlolo oqala nosithathu. Xoleni.
I think we already dealt with that. Cell phone was in that area. I can't comment if the person was there, as was stated yesterday. And accused one, I haven't got his section 205 for the period for that in 2014, my lord.
But hayi engakusho nje ukuthi ifoni yakhombisa ukuthi yayilapho ukuthi kwakuyena owayephethe angeke ngikwazi ukuphawula ngaloko isection 205 ikamsolo oqala yona anginayo angikwazi ukuphawula.
Sorry. May I approach my colleague? From the court.
As it please the court. I got a bit lost. There was something that I was quickly checking on my notes here. On the last session that my colleague Mr. Gomez put to the witness when he said that he put it as a matter of fact.
Please, says what?
When I'm trying to recall, as I'm saying, something that was distracting me on the notes here. But then I heard him saying that he put it as a matter of fact that on the day of the incident, accused number 3 was never at Vosloorus.
Yeah.
In terms of the record, in terms of the cell phone data, as it please the court, my lord, may I just request a very moment to have a word with my colleague?
Yeah, okay, you want to consult with Mr. Mgomezulu concerning the fact whether number 3 was actually at Vosloorus or not.
I will bring that information, and I think for now it's privileged, it's classified information.
What do you mean it's here? That's why I know it.
Excuse me, madam.
That's why I know it.
No, I say for now, what me and Mr. Mgomezulu are going to discuss is privilege.
Oh, fine, yeah, fine.
Yes.
So you want to ask for Jen?
Just for 5 minutes, madam, yes.
Okay, Jen, 5 minutes. Yes.
Thank you, Manu. Thank you for the indulgence. I think the issue has been clarified. Mr. Boyce will explain it to the court. Thank you.
Let me just put it very clearly and unambiguously. Mr. Host, what I wanted to clarify, according to this data, when the allegation that Senzo was killed between 7:30 and 8:30, the time, I'm referring to the time, accused number 3 was not in force Loras. That's what I wanted to clarify.
Ngifuna ukusho ukuthi-ke ngesikhathi uSenzo ekuthiwa wabulawa ngaso ngo-7:30 ukufika ngo-8:30 umsolo wesithathu wayengekho eFalse Loras.
Let's move on to the evidence, but may I find out from you, because I wanted to tell you that there are no records of communication between Kelly Kumalo and accused number 3. But insofar as the data for accused number 3, I have established, or I just want to check it from you, whether will it be necessary to go through the 205s for Kelly Kumalo. For that period, in confirmation of the evidence of building up from Colonel Steyn.
If I've got all 8 numbers, yes, my lord, but not only on 2 numbers. I need to have all 8 numbers that was mentioned, the section 205.
Bathi-ke lo kungekho-ke
We are not, I don't think we need to engage into things that shares here. If there's evidence that this thing belonged to accused number 3, so now we are inviting ourselves to speculate, to say if this device was not in Phosphorus. Now we are speculating to say maybe it was with somebody else.
Don't accuse me of speculation. I'm asking this witness. And this witness says, all he can confirm is that the number of the device was at a certain location, but he can't vouch to the fact that the device which belongs to Rachama Khwatling was at that location. Am I quoting correctly, sir?
Let me clarify this by asking this question, by telling this by putting this to Mr. Stein, Mr. House. I had an opportunity to consult with the rest of the accused. It is confirmed that accused number 3 was in possession of this device on the 26th of October 2014.
Where?
On the day of... My Lord, may I just...
No.
I don't want to leave the gaps.
No, Mr. Gomezul, please.
I started, my Lord,
The court must be placed in a position to understand. Because this witness, wait. This witness doesn't talk about locality of a person. This witness talks about the locality of a device. Mr. House, Colonel House, I guess, is that correct?
That's correct, Madam.
That's it. So
But
I must
we're talking
understand.
about the accused
Otherwise,
number
this
3.
court is a Mickey Mouse court.
No, my Lord, no. The court must not dig its own way of finding the person. No, I'm saying there's evidence here. GG.
Yeah.
It talks about accused number 3. The instruction the request that was made to Mr. House was in relation to 5 accused. Accused number 3 is one of them. And my instruction, when I cross-examined Mr. House yesterday, I started at 7 in the morning. Yes, in page 10, until the 30th of October. There's no other accused person that I'm talking about.
No.
I'm talking about...
But listen, I was in this court. This witness never confirmed the presence of accused number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He confirms the presence of a number. Am I correct?
My Lord, this is a section 205 is on the number.
Please,
of the IMA of the number where the number was in that area.
The number, not the person.
The device, my Lord.
May I request the court...
That's not me saying that, it's him saying that.
May I request the court not to be impatient? May I request the court to be patient and listen to...
I'm very patient.
No, my Lord, I disagree with you. I don't want to fight and dialogue with you.
Okay.
My concern is that just now, to correct that accused number 3, I'm putting to this witness now that from 8 o'clock, I'm specific now, from 8 minutes past 8, according to these records, he was in possession of the cell phone.
Okay, fine.
Until the 30th. I'm being specific.
Yes.
I don't talk about other days prior. Now, I'm putting to you, Mr. Host, accused number 3, I put it as a fact now. You can disagree with me. I put it as a fact that on the 8th, on the 26th of October 2014, at 8 minutes past 8, as with reference to page 10 of Exhibit GG, he was in possession of that device. I put it as a fact now.
Can't comment on it, my Lord.
Okay.
But you also start to go 808 ngomhla 30. Why phethe lo makhalekhukhwini athi cha angikwazi ukuletha leso siqiniseko.
Let's now get into your evidence, which I said is irrelevant in this court. 2018. Before I conclude my examination, I'm going to argue at a later stage that evidence that you presented in this court from 2018 to 2021 is irrelevant in this court in the sense that there's no communication that you have placed on record through either through SMS or WhatsApp that constitute or has the elements of a particular offense, meaning there are no SMSs, there's no communication that you can prove to this court that these accused persons knew each other for wrong purposes, especially in relation to the death of Senzo Meyiwa.
Akho ufakazi ukhona lenkantolo ukuthi mhlambe kwaba nama SMS noma WhatsApp ekhombisa ukuthi ukuxhumana kuka basola mayelana nokwenza ke ukuholela ekubulaweni kaSenzo Meyiwa.
Meaning, you cannot prove mens rea or mean guilty mind in this communication between these accused persons.
Ngeke kwazi ukuletha isiqiniseko sokuthi laba ke abasolwa babehlosile.
My Lord, I don't know what it means, sir.
You can't, I'm putting to you, you can't even prove the actus reus, the positive act in the communication of these 5 accused persons in terms of these records.
My Lord, I don't have a law degree. I don't know what
Active reuse is.
Positive act.
he's put statements to me. That
No, this is,
I'm new in the court.
let me just give you an example, Mr. Host. Just an example. An example would be, in the communication, accused number 1 said, yes, this is what I've done, through a message or SMS. Yes, that's what I was trying to say. Let's move forward. You remember when you talk about paragraph 15.2.2 in your exhibit DD5?
That's correct, my Lord.
You talk about a cell phone that was taken from accused number 1 during his arrest under case number 217-03-2019. Remember it? Paragraph 15.2.2.
Bathi ngaphansi ka paragraph 15.2.2 ku exhibition DD5 ukhulume nge-cell phone eyathathwa umsolo wokuqala ngesikhathi eboshwe.
Yes, my Lord.
Bathi yebo.
Do you agree that you spoke about accused number 2, accused number 1 being arrested under case number 217-03-2019?
Ngikhumbula ukuthi wathi lapho ke umsolo waboshwa ngaphansi kwecala ekuthiwa 217-03-2019.
Tembisa cash.
Sorry?
Tembisa cash.
That's correct, yes.
Bathi icala sethembisa yebo.
Remember,
That's correct.
in
Bathi
terms
yebo
of
kunjalo.
in terms of that affidavit, you only mention one affidavit. Sorry, you only mention one cell phone.
Bathi lapho ukhulume nge-cell phone eyodwa.
That's what I received from the investigation officer. That's
In
correct.
terms of that affidavit, an affidavit was made by you, not by somebody else. You were alone when you made that affidavit.
Bathi wedwa umabhala leyo affidavit.
According to the database, that was the number, only that number that was found. That's correct.
Bathi ngaloko okukhona lapho ku database iyona ke number iyodwa yatholakala.
So where did you get the information that a cell phone was recovered from accused number 1?
Uthatha phi ukuthi khona
Mthembisi.
umakhalekhukhwini
Where did
watholakala
you get
kuma
that?
kumsolo wokuqala.
From the database that was given by Colonel Stein to say that this number was received, was found in possession of accused number 1.
Hayi lo ngithole ngukhona state ukuthi le number yatholakala umsolo wokuqala.
And Colonel Stein testified before you were asked by Mr. Gininda to come and testify here.
That's correct, my Lord.
Ade ukhona state weza abazoletha ubufakazi ngaphambi kaGininda.
So now, if this cell phone, according to the database, was taken from accused number 1, accused number 1 Sorry, after your evidence about that paragraph 15.2.2, the next witness was Sergeant Mhola, who gave evidence to this court that for the first time in giving that evidence, she said 2 cell phones were recovered from accused number 2 on the 30th of May 2020.
I can't comment on that, my lord. I wasn't here. I didn't hear the testimony.
Athi usedla mkhora waletha ufakazi ukuthi amaselefoni amabili athola emsolo sibili ngomhla ka-30 kuMeyi 2020 wathi cha ngikwazi ukuphawula lutho ngalowo ngoba ngangingekho.
You have to comment on that one, I'm telling you now.
My lord, what must I comment? I wasn't in court to hear what she said. So what must I comment?
Ngikwazi ukuphawula ngoba ngangingekho enkantolo.
Let's go to your Let's go to your exhibit. Exhibit D5B. Second page. D5B. May I approach? Number 1, sorry, not number 2. Sorry, number 1. I'm representing accused number 1. Okay, I'm referring to accused number 1, sir. 15.2.2 refers to accused number 1 in that Tembisa case 217/03/2019. I'm referring to that. Now I'm referring you to your paragraph, to your affidavit, DD5B. You remember how many cell phones you mentioned that they belong to accused number 1?
Hayi kama-cellphone okubona lapha kwe-exhibit D5B okuthiwa ke akamsolo oqala.
In terms of that,
2 numbers.
Athi kubonakala iy'namba ey'mbili.
where did you get the second number? The second number, is it the one 060-7746-749?
From the investigation officer, my lord.
Athi zona lezi namba ngazithola kumseshi.
When?
When I've done the section 205.
Emva kokuthi ngenze section 205.
When?
Athi nini?
My lord. When I was asked to do the section 205, when I received the database, all the numbers was given to me. I've got a list of numbers that I can show that was given to me by the investigation officer and Colonel Stein in September month.
That's correct. I wanted to know when,
September
which
month.
day.
That's correct.
Which
Athi
day?
ngayithola ngoSeptember.
When I was asked, let me just check my statement. I received a request from Colonel Stein on 230906.
Athi ngayithola ke isicelo kusiphuma ku-Colonel Stein ngomhla
Colonel Brigadier Kanenda to assist Colonel Stein.
uBrigadier Gininda wangicela ukuthi ngisize u-Colonel Stein.
Then that affidavit DD5, which date did you make it?
Wenza nini ke i-affidavit ka-DD5?
What was the day it was commissioned?
Although some of the papers I just lose, I just need to get it. DD5B.
Yes.
DD5 or DD5B?
DD5, the first one.
Twenty-nine oh nine 2023.
Thetha mhla 29/09/2023.
So you made that affidavit after you were given the data,
That's correct, my lord.
Okay, i-affidavit le ngayenza emva sengithole idatha.
but you confirmed that in your DD5 affidavit, there's no mention of other cell numbers for accused number 1.
Ndiyaqiniseka ukuthi kule ku-DD5 akukhombisi ezinye inamba ezihambelana nomsolo oqala.
Where did I confirm that?
No. Unless I referred you to paragraph 15.2.2. I was specific. I'm talking about paragraph 15.2.2. That's where you talked about the cell number of accused number 1.
That's correct. I
Where-
never said there was any other numbers. I said this number was found on the database. I never said there's no other numbers on the database of the accused. I never said he had another number, or I don't know if he has another number. This number was given to me by the investigation team.
Mr. Stein, Mr.
That's
Host,
correct, my lord.
let me just rephrase it. Maybe you didn't understand me.
Yes.
May I rephrase it?
Yes.
I'm saying, when you testified here for the first time about annexure DD5, you refer this court to paragraph 15.2.2, correct?
That's correct.
Bathi-ke uma ukhuluma nge-DD5 la enkantolo ukhulume nge-paragraph 15.2.2 wathi yebo kunjalo.
In that affidavit, you have not mentioned any other number other than the number 079-379-0137. That's the only number you spoke up, you wrote about it in that affidavit.
But le affidavit ayikho enye inamba okhulume ngayo, ukhulume ngo-079-379-0137, ayikho enye inamba okhulume ngayo.
My question, simple. With reference to DD5B, second page, giving before you made that affidavit? That
I never looked for that another number because I was looking for the communication with this number with the other accused, my lord. I don't know how to explain it. If I phone, I won't phone my other number.
I know
so
that.
it won't be on this because this is the communication from 0137 to the other accused. So I didn't put it on here because there was no communication with that number. I never said there was another number or I don't know about another number.
Ngizazi ukuthi ayikho enye number noma khona enye number echazayo lana ukuthi lesithombe ukhombisa ukuthi inumber leyo 0137 yayikhuluma yini nabanye abasono ngoba iyona into engangicela ukuthi ngiyiveze.
My lord, can we adjourn for tea?
No, continue with that.
No, that's what was indicated to me. But I can still proceed.
Yeah,
I'm not
proceed.
running out of questions.
Proceed.
Yes. This number 060.
My lord, can I go back to the top one? To the top. So it was on a database, but it was not. There. Stemba Sabia Muzi 27607747679. I did testify about that because that's a communication from 1239 with that number. I worked out the communication with the other numbers, my lord. So why it's not on paragraph 15.2.2 because 0137 didn't communicate with that number. But if you're looking at paragraph 15.2.1, accused 5, 27715911239 did communicate with that number. That was, it's put to me now.
2071951239 wakhuluma naleyo number. Ikhona iyo into enza ukuthi ikhombise la.
So it is on the database, my lord.
Yekukhona la ngaphakathi ku-database.
Why was it not mentioned in DD5? And especially there's another number that I'm coming with.
It is mentioned in paragraph 9.2.1.
That's la paragraph 9.2.1.
That is for accused number 5.
Yes, because he communicated with that number, but it's not. He didn't communicate with himself. That's why it's not on paragraph 15.2.2.
But yebo, yeah, ngoba yakhuluma nabanye abantu ikhulunywe ngako kodwa ke ayizange ikhulunywe ukuthi yazifonela yena.
Other than that data that was given to you.
Yes, my lord.
How do you prove that this number belongs to accused number 1?
Through the investigation team, they must come testify. That was given to me by the investigation team, my lord.
Bathe ngaphandle ke le 251 wena kwazi kanjalo lethi isiqiniseko sokuthi bakwefom number yakho athi hayi abaseshi abanomsebenzi ukuthi bazoletha leso siqiniseko balethelana bakube yibona abazosikhulumela.
Did they give you the record document under this number?
My lord, I was told this is the number of accused 5.
The question is, did they give you the record document? That's the
No,
question.
my lord, I didn't. I was told that that was the number of.
But bakunika any record document athi cha mina ngatshela ukuthi inumber yakhe le.
Let's get into 083 7106 297. You said it belonged to accused number 1.
083?
083
Yes.
710 6297.
Where did I do that? Accused 1, 083?
710 6297.
6297. Where did I say?
Sorry?
629.
Do-
Just trying to
Is
keep
it the
that
first
number.
time to talk about this number?
No, I'm just trying to see what's number on the reminder. check what number you're talking about, my lord. Oh, wait,
083710 6279 97, sorry. 083 710 6297.
62. That's it, yes.
Sorry?
Okay, yeah,
Do you see it?
yes.
Does it belong to accused number 1?
That's according to my, that was given to me by the investigation team, my lord.
athi-ke le 0837106297 yakhombisa yini ukuthi ekamsolo wokuqala ukuthi hayi ile nto engitshelwe abaseshi.
So you don't have record documents for this matter?
No, my lord.
Bathi awunayo ireka yaleyo athi hayi cha anginayo.
I have a worry of bringing these two numbers after Sergeant Mhola has testified. According to your initial testimony, you talked about one cell phone that was recovered from accused number 1.
No, I never said one phone, my lord.
You mentioned, sorry, in that affidavit you mentioned one cell phone.
No.
Where is it?
15.2. Do you
Point
understand what?
Just, sorry, Mr. Lieutenant, just read 15.2.
I'll start with 15.2.1.
Yeah, just
where,
read it.
where that number is
Yes.
mentioned. 15.2, my lord, is the communication of. Let me open it again for you, my lord. And it just said that number. They communicate. These numbers communicate with that number. Okay. That second number of what you won't be on this because he didn't communicate with his own number. That's why it's not on here. I never said there wasn't another number. But if you go back to 15.2.1, paragraph 15.2.1, there is the number put on record. So there is the number.
The court asked you to read that
Yes,
paragraph 15.2.1
yes.
and 15.2.2. The reason why I'm asking this question, Mr. Host, is that do you remember when you laid evidence about that number? Later it transpired that that number belonged to Lungsani. Yeah. That number, they said it belongs to Lungsani Ndwando, who will come and testify at a later stage.
Any must come testify, my lord. That's the data I've got, and that's information and the data I have. And I gave evidence on what I have.
athi-ke hayi data ile enginayo and ufazi engilethile phezu kwale data enginayo.
And according to my instruction, Lungisani Ndwando is the younger brother to accused number 1. He's a he's a cousin to accused number 1. Lungisani Ndwando. He's a cousin.
uLungisandwandwe ngosinako le nkantolo
No,
ukuthi umzala kamsolo wokuqala.
Thank you, madam. Let me just rephrase it. Correction. Lungisani Ndwandwe is the younger brother of accused number 1.
athi uLungisani Ndwandwe umfowabo omncane kamsolo wokuqala.
And he will call him also to confirm that that number belonged to Lungisani Ndwandwe.
I can't comment on that, my lord. I don't have the Home Affairs data before me to confirm if Lungusani is indeed the brother of accused number 1.
bakhe anginalo ulwazi lwasemafeza ochazayo ukuthi ulungisana indwandwe umfabo umsolo wokuqala.
I know that you are not working for Home Affairs. The question, the relevance of this is that you made an analysis based on wrong information.
When I
Wrong
received the information, there was no mention that that was the brother of accused number 1.
Now I'm correcting you.
Bathi ke uma ngisebenza ke umsebenzi wokuhlaziya nginganikwanga ke lolu lwazi lokuthi lona umfabo umsolo wokuqala.
So I didn't do the wrong analysis. I've done on what I received, and that's what I gave him for court.
Bathi ngihlaziyile ngaloko engikwamukeleke ngaphendula ngale ndlela.
I'm saying to you now that that number has been contested. You can't put it as a fact that it belongs to accused number 5.
And I can't put it as a fact that it belongs to the brother.
According to the data. According to the data that you were given.
That's correct.
We will correct that information emanating from the data.
That's
The
correct.
correct information is that that number belongs to Lungisani Ndwana, and he is related to accused number 1.
Can't comment on that, my lord.
Angikwazi ukuphawula ukuthi leyo number leyo kaMlungisane Ndwandwe umfabo umsolo wokuqala.
Can you agenda 14?
You still want to go on, please. You don't have to adjourn for tea.
We need to take a comfort break, my lord.
I see, okay, 15 minutes then. Yes, Mr. Valerie. Mr. Mgomez will read anything. Oh, yes.
Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions.
No further questions? Yes, Mr. Ramusipiri.
Thank you, my lord. I mean, that's it. Colonel Host, if I can ask you for status, let us go to the 205 in respect of accused number 2, the 060-901-6890 number.
The one we had yesterday.
Yes, I think that's the one.
That's correct.
And if we may start at the beginning, I want you to explain to me some glossary of terms that are used in this section 205 called data records.
Yes.
Ngicela ungichazele ukuthi khona amagama asetshenziswayo lo mbiko lona engifisa ukuthi ngizwisise kahle ukuthi la achaza ukuthini. Qale qale.
Right at the top, where it says MSD and NMIMA and all of that, can you enlarge it because my eyesight is failing me from here? Yeah, right at the top.
MSI SDN, that's the cell phone number 276090168990.
Makhuluma MSI SDN khuluma number ye phone 276-0901-6890.
And this we have, or we are agreeing that it identifies the subscriber to a service provider, correct?
That is number, that's correct. Cell phone number.
Siyavuma ukuthi lena khuluma ngalaba ke abaletha umsebenzi lona wokuxhumana.
And the 27 is the country code, dialing code for the Republic of South Africa.
That's correct.
Bathi u27 lo chaza ukuthi dialing code yala eMzansi.
Now, let us go to the IMSI, the IMSI.
IMSI is the cell phone card identification number.
Manje ku IMSI lana ukhuluma ukusho ukuthi ke igama le cell phone card.
Must I read the number?
No. Before you read it, that IMSI, it's got, for our region, which we follow, the North American region, not the European region, correct? I'll explain to you what I mean. It's got 3 parts, right? The digits that are there. The first 3 digits will tell you who the service provider is, correct?
Athi ke numbers uqale into sokutshela ukuthi ubani service provider.
No, I'm sorry. The first one is the country code. 655 is the country code for the SIM cards for South Africa.
But 655 ike numbers zintathu zokuqala zikhuluma ngokuthi eyala eMzansi.
And then the 01, it will be either the 3 mobile network operators it will be either Cell C, Vodacom, or MTN, right? The 2 digits.
Manje ke u01 lo uzochaza ukuthi yipi ke i-cell phone provider ngenzeka ku Vodacom, MTN noma uCell C.
And the remaining digits will show you on Cell C, for example, whether it will be a contract phone, identify that subscriber, whether it's a contract phone or a prepaid phone. Right?
Bathi ke lezi number elandelayo ko izona ezokhombisa ukuthi i-cell phone ene contract noma i-cell phone prepaid.
Right. Now 655, the country code of South Africa, we agree. 01, and if you don't agree with me, during lunchtime you can go and check the numbers for those 3. 07 will be Cell C.
Bathe uma ukuthi uyangiphikisa ngayo uyohlola umuntu isikhathi ukuthi u7 usho ukuthi le number le iku-cell C.
01 will be Vodacom,
Uthi u1 kumele uVodacom.
and then 10 will be MTN.
Manje u10 umele uMTN.
Now let me refer you to annexure to Exhibit DD5.
Annexure?
DD5, this annexure.
Yeah, about annexure, what number?
Now the whole annexure, just go to the front page, for example.
But it's annexure, it stands annexure A, B, C, D. Which one is it?
This one.
Yeah, but what's the annexure number on there, please, sir? On the bottom.
Oh, annexure 1. Sorry, Lieutenant Colonel. Now, if we look at SIM card 1, that you say the IMSI is 655 10 3527 4924 69. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Manje yabona leyo IMSI 655103527 492469 wathi yabo.
Now, relating and reconciling with what I started with, giving you the MNC, the mobile network code for particular service providers. You've classified that as MTN under the code 10.
That's correct.
Right?
Lapho ibeke ngaphansi ka-MTN wathi yebo.
But if you look at the section 205, it will be under 01 MTN. If you go back to the section 205 called data call detail, you see that? Now, what I'm suggesting to you is that in this, from the very first start, and that's been my instructions, hence I had to go and research it because I had issues with my instructions because bells were ringing when he tells me this number, the 060-901-6890, we've already said in your evidence in chief in my initial cross-examination as well. He does acknowledge that it's his number, but it's a Vodacom number. And that is confirmed by the MNC in the middle, 655, the 01. It's a Vodacom. It's not an MTN as per your annexure here.
That's correct.
But njengoba ke u60901169 ubheka lapha akhombisa ukuthi okaVodacom akafani njengaloku ubhalile lapha ukuthi uMTN wathi yebo kunjalo.
Now, if you look, if the telephone cell number, the 609, says this is the number and this is a Vodacom, the section 205 that you obtained, because that will clarify us, where did they come from in terms of the service provider? Is it MTN?
Vodacom.
That's correct.
But yavela kwaVodacom i205.
So in essence, your annexure, page 1, annexure 1, when you classified the SIM card 1 as MTN and putting the mobile network code as 10, it was an error on your mistake. Would you agree?
Well, that part, yeah, but I've accidentally put the IMSI at the second number with the same, the IMSI number, SIM card 2 is right there. If you look on that stage, 655-0144, 622-9521. So I've the two numbers I've put wrongly, but there is a SIM card number there. So yes, and that is a Vodacom number. That's correct.
But I number.
Now, let's go to SIM card 2. And I'll tell you in relation to Annex, I think it's 6 and 8, but let me go there before I even... Sorry, this one is missing the other bits of the annex. If I may be given a minute. Sorry, Madam, may I confirm with my colleague? If I may be indulged, Madam, is the court process. It looks like I do have the one as well. Yeah, let's go to Annex. Yeah, I've got it. Thank you. Yeah, let's go to Annex 8. That says the Samsung model SM J500F, in brackets, the linkages with database, Annex 8. Are we there?
That's correct.
Yeah, now if you look at the schematic representation or the diagram that is there, in terms of SIM card 2, which is attributed to accused number 2 with number 072-505-7056, there are linkages there. On your right, it will say Fisokuhle Ntuli at Lungisani, and then you say accused number 5 at 071-595-1239. You see that?
That's correct.
Actually, I want to end up to card 2 in number account 072-505-7056. We can't come on and Nalega Fisokuhle Ntuli at Lungisani, accused number 5 071-595-1239 at Yabo.
Just for my edification, when you say communication, I mean linkage with database, what are you meaning? Are you meaning it communicated this number in particular, the 071-595-1239? Are you saying that it communicated with the SIM card 2-505-7056?
That's according to the database. That's what I received from Kenulstein. That's correct.
And your linkages with databases, I'm going to come in 072-505-7056 what you have.
But now, in terms of the call data records in respect of accused number 2, the records that are obtained show the 060-901-6890 communicating with this number that is attributed to accused number 5, not the 072-505-7056 communicating with the number of accused number 5. Do you see what I mean?
Okay.
Do you see that?
Yes.
I think I'm
I mean, you can even go to, sorry, Mr. Interpreter. You can even go to the call data records themselves, the section 205 itself.
That's correct.
I think I'm going to section 205.
Now, which one is which, Lieutenant Colonel? Did this number, the 072 505 7056, or the 060 901 6890 communicate with the number attributed to Lungisane, Fisogutle at Lungisane? Which one is which?
According to the data, that's the section 205, it was 7609016890.
Athi ngiphi ke number ebexhumana nale number lena ekafisa ukuhlentu lehlungisana athi hayi ngokubhaliwe la 0609016890.
Now, again, in Annexure 8, would I be then correct to say it was an error on your part to say that SIM card 2 with number 072 595 056 communicated with the number attributed to Fisogutle Ntuli at Lungisane?
That's correct.
Athi hayi iphutha ukuthi 0725056096 ikhulumile na number kaLungisane.
Okay. Now we've clarified those issues. There's an issue that I want to clarify so that we are on the same page as I go along with my cross-examination. During all my colleagues' examination of yourself, you've testified that in order to prepare the work that we've done in this case, the request that you've been requested by the investigating team to do, you've had privilege, the preview of the database received from Colonel Steyn. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Manje uzoyenzeka umsebenzi oceliwe ubone data evela ku Colonel Steyn wathi yebo.
Now let's break that down so that when I ask you, you mustn't say I didn't do this, it was Steyn, I only did this. The database, what are you referring to that you received from Steyn?
Okay. My lord, the database is all the numbers, all information is put on a database for analyst notebook of all the different cell phone numbers, contacts, section 205, cell phone books, everything is on a database. That is to link, like I've done the linkages on the cell phones.
Wonke imniningwane ama contact oma 205 ama cell phone books konke kunye kufakwa kuyona le database.
Let us reduce it to its simple form so that I can't put something that you haven't done and attribute it to you. Colonel Steyn has already testified, and the raw data that is analyzed involved the people that were in the house at the time of the incident on the 26th of October 2014. That was the section 205 of those persons. Did you have access to that?
No, my lord.
I think ama section 205 alabantu athi Colonel Steyn wathi alabantu abekhona endlini ngalelo langa wathola ukuthi cha.
Were you informed by Brigadier Gininda, because you need to do a holistic analysis? I do understand that you were only assisting with the number that allegedly was obtained from accused number 2 at Villaria on the 7th of February 2021, and the number also allegedly obtained from accused number 5 at Kalakwabusha prison. I can't recall the date, but you were only assisting with respect to that, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo ngangisiza ngaloko.
But as an analyst, in order to get a holistic picture, did you have or look at the information regarding the call detail records of the people in the house? Because it comes to the question that you were grappling with my learned colleague, Mr. Mgomezu.
My lord, I never had information about that. That was not part of my scope. My scope, I'm just an analyst. I'm not an investigation officer. I get instructed what to do. Go look at this and this and this, and this is what the investigation officer needs. If he told me I must import or put the other data of the other people with, it would have been on my statement. I was instructed. It's a specific instruction that was given by the investigation team. It's not that I've done it out of myself.
Angisenzelanga lo bengikwenza ngoba njengomhlaziyi ngiyatshela ukuthi ngifake ngenze lokhu nalokhu nalokhu. Kube ngitshele ukuthi angenze nalokhu kube bengizoke ngikwenzile.
Because it emanates from, my question emanates from your use of the 10. The work, the analysis work that you were required to do was handed over to you because Lieutenant Colonel Steyn was going on pension or retirement. So the concept of handing over is what I need us to clarify because, and tell me if I'm wrong.
Yes?
If, let's take it out of the context of this case. If I'm an IO detective and I go on retirement and my colleague must take over, inherit my docket because it hasn't been finalized in the courts. Amongst other things, he visits the SAP5 diary, right, to see where the investigations are and where he needs also to proceed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Athi umuntu manikezelana umsebenzi nomunye ngoba lo ukhanisirwaya umhlala phansi lo thatha ufanele abheke lapha ku SAP5 ukubona ukuthi manje umsebenzi ufike phathi yebo kula kunjalo.
But in order to now familiarize himself with the investigations, he needs to go back and see the statements that have already been obtained, familiarize himself with that because it is an interlinked investigation. It's not a staccato type of investigation. Correct?
My lord, just clarify, I'm not the investigation
No.
officer,
Yes.
so I don't need to go back on an investigation. I worked on what data that's given to me, not investigation statements or evidence. Data that was given to me on section 205, and that's what I analyze. Or data that's been from cell phone downloads, that's how I do analysis on. By instruction of the investigation officer. If the investigation officer tells me, this is a section 205, I need to look at this specific time, this number, I'll do analysis on that. I've got nothing to do with the other part of the investigation. That's the investigation team. I'm just the analyst on the cell phone data.
Njengomhlaziyi ke angenawo umsebenzi ukuthi ngiyobheka ukuthi uphenyo luhamba kanjani. Engifake ngikwenze nje mina ngenza lokho engitsheliwe. Uma ngitshele ukuthi nasi 205 bheka ukuthi kwenzekeni ngesikhathi esithize ngithatha lezo sikhathi lezi nginikwe zona bese ngiyabheka ukuthi kwenzweni ngalezo zikhathi ukuthi uphenyo luhamba kanjani akukona okwami lokho.
So perhaps it was a matter of linguistics to say you were handed over some database from Colonel Steyn because you never referred to that. So you started de novo with the numbers that you are given in respect of accused 2 and 5.
I didn't know anything about this case when I started.
Yes.
I had no knowledge about this case. I was just contacted because Colonel Steyn, because of the knowledge of my analysis, I was contacted to assist Colonel Steyn because he's going on pension.
Mina ngingazi lutho ngaleli cala leli kodwa ke nginikwe lo msebenzi ngibona ukuthi nangikhese uKolonel Steyn usiya kumhlala phansi so engibengikwenza ngale data enginikiwe.
Now let's go to the particular analysis that you did in respect of accused number 2 for the number that you analyzed.
Yes.
And just to refresh, at the beginning of your evidence and also in cross-examination, especially by myself, I asked you this question, that you were informed that the phone that you analyze, the number that you analyze, the device thereof, was obtained or taken from accused number 2 upon his arrest. That was, it's also part of your affidavit exhibit DD5.
No, it was found in his possession in February in the cells, not during his arrest. It was found in the cells during February.
Yatholakala le phone kuyena ngomhla ngoFebruary esemaseleni hayi ngalesi sikhathi eboshwe.
Colonel Stein, I'm going to, Colonel Host, I'm going to tell you that you are now adapting your evidence. And let me read for you paragraph 6 of exhibit DD5. It says, do you have it in front of you?
Yes.
According to the request, the phone was found in possession of accused, Bongani Sandison Tanzi, in brackets, accused number 2, during his arrest.
Yes.
I can read it further. I was for completion purposes, because it's irrelevant for my question. I was requested to prove any communication between the accused and other accused in this matter, and to determine if any photos, contact numbers, SMS, WhatsApp messages can be linked to the accused. This is your.
That's correct.
And it doesn't mention any adaptation about being found 6 February story.
That's correct.
But yebo hayi akukho la khomisa khona ukuthi lento ukuthi le phone yathola mhla 6 February.
So why are you changing now to say February 6 and it was found somewhere?
This was given to me that it was found during the arrest, my lord.
So which one is which? Because you were trying to adapt your evidence until I showed you this paragraph.
It's during his arrest. I don't know what date was the arrest. So
I'm coming to that. Thank you. I'm coming to that. Accused number 2 was arrested on the 16th of June 2020 in Freedom Park, Rustenburg, where he was based, and he was working at Impala Mine, Impala Platinum.
Okay.
And he has testified, and this version has been put to Sergeant Mohane, that upon his arrest, 2 phones were seized, confiscated from him by both the arresting officers, that is Sergeant Mohane and Sergeant Mabena.
Okay. Yes.
I'm waiting for the interpreter so that I can be long.
Mhla 16 June eFreedom Park umsolwa ke waboshwa esemayini la esenza khona Impala Mine. Kuthiwa ke lapha kwatholakala amafoni amabili kuyena athathwa uSergeant Mohane noSergeant Mabena ngesikhathi eboshwa.
And the 2 phones were the following. One was this J5 Samsung. We acknowledge that it is ours. We're not disputing that.
J5 Samsung asiphikisi ukuthi kwakuyethu.
The other one, and we'll see it, although it's not really visible on the photos that amongst the extract of the photos in annex DD5, your affidavit. It's a white phone that belonged to accused 2's sister. He took it from KwaZulu-Natal in order to come and fix it this side because the screen was freezing. So it's that phone and the Samsung J5. Both phones were taken by the 2 arresting officers.
Le phone ke mhlophe ya kwakukade dobo umsolwa. Wayelethe lapha ezoyilethela ukuthi izolungiswa. Nayo ke yathathwa.
Just for clarification, I'm just being corrected. The phones were obtained at Rustenburg during his arrest.
So la phone athathwa kuyena ngesikhathi eboshwa eseRustenburg.
Now, for context purposes, because I need to be fair to you as well, Sergeant Mohane came and testified in this court. And when he testified initially, when this version was put to him, that he ceased to him and Mabena, the late, because the other one is deceased. When it was put to him initially, it was just a bare denial that we did not receive any cell phones on accused number 2 during his arrest.
Can't comment on it. I didn't hear his testify.
Angikwazi-ke ukuthi ngiphawule ngalowo ngoba ngizange ngimuzwe eletha ubufakazi.
After the trial, within a trial, he was recalled. Then, lo and behold, an affidavit comes. He says, on this day, on the 7th of February, 2021, Mabena, the deceased, received information to the effect that accused number 2 is in possession of a phone in Villaria. Right? I'm waiting.
Ke umsolo wesibili kuthiwa wayene-cellphone eVelaria ngoba lokhu kuvela ngoba umufi uSergeant Mabena mhla 7 kuFebruary 21 wabhala kanjani.
And that him and the deceased Mabena then attend upon Villaria police station, go to the cells where accused number 2 is, request the cell phone from accused number 2, then accused number 2 gives him this Samsung J5. That is for contextual purposes.
Bethi-ke yena-ke namabhena bahamba-ke baya eValeria bafika bathola umsolwa esemaseleni bafika bathi abacela ifoni bayithola.
What I'm just showing you is these sort of adaptations and embroidery, tailoring. Because at first he never said initially during the main trial that no, by the way, I did, and Mabena went and obtained the phone on the 7th, and then on the 8th we take it to TSU Middleburg for analysis. It was just a mere denial.
As a court person, I don't see how that can be
This witness was not
characterized as an adaptation.
That's fine, it's fine.
Firstly, it must be borne in mind that Sergeant Mokhane firstly testified in the trial within a trial, which was about the voluntariness of the statement or the admissibility of the statement made by the accused, and later on he then came and testified on the merits.
My Lord, I'll withdraw that question from the witness because he cannot. It's neither here nor there. Okay.
Because he says he was given these devices to analyze. Never told that, hey, we picked up this underneath the bridge or what is it?
I wish he had said so. Now let's go to this cell phone and track the movement of this phone, right? Because yesterday you said that you saw the to and the froing as to him saying, my legal colleague saying it was found on accused number 2 in Vilera, and I saying the opposite, that it was found initially on the 16th. Now I need us to trace the movement of this phone, and we will refer, I know some of the evidence you are not here in court, but it's of record, and if I put something to you, I would not be misleading you. My learned colleague is here, the court is here to correct me as well if I put the wrong version to you. The AVL evidence was led in this case by Mr. Duprier of C-Track, and we will try to correlate that movement of the phone with the AVL record, right?
Right, my lord.
Now, as a status, and I'm not saying you must agree with it, accused number 1 says, since the 16th of June 2020, that phone has never been returned to him upon his arrest. So far as he knows, it's still in the possession of the police.
Accused 1 or accused?
Sorry, Colonel. Thank you for correcting me. Accused number 2.
Okay, you stated like that?
Yes.
Uthe umsolo wesibili kusukela mhla 16 kuJune 2020 ayikazi kuye ifoni athumeshwa njalo ayikhuluma.
Perhaps, Colonel, let me drink from your fountain of knowledge. Prior to you becoming a data analyst dealing with various devices, extractions, and all of that, you were also a decorated detective, correct?
Uthe ungaqale ukusebenza ngokuhlaziya ama-cellphone wawumseshi wathi yebo.
Now let's start at the scene. You are going to a suspect's house, you find the suspect, and your intention is to arrest him. What is the protocol before you bring the suspect into your police vehicle?
You must search him.
Uthe umuntu mayoboshwa into yokuqala enziwayo engakafakwa evenini ukuthi ufanele aseshe.
Thank you, Colonel. And if you search the suspect, any object, device that you find on the suspect, what do you do with that device object?
You book it into you confiscate it and you put it into evidence.
Uthe umuthola noma yini kumsola uyayithatha bese uyayibhuka.
And say, for example, in the case of a cell phone, because we are dealing with a cell phone here, you know that the offense for which you are investigating may also involve cell phone evidence. What is the protocol of handling a cell phone from the scene?
You switch it off.
Athi yini ofanele yenze umuthale i-cellphone lapho phakhona umuntu uthi uqala nje ukuyicima.
Now, we've admitted the evidence yesterday without going into the details, and it's not my intention to do so. I'll refer you, there's an exhibit which is Pretoria North, because accused number 2 is arrested in Rustenburg and then is then transported to Pretoria North, where he's held in custody on the 16th and the 17th of June 2020, right? And there's an entry, it's exhibit MM, it's of record, you may not be aware of it, but I'm putting it for contextual and background purposes. There's an entry at 2242, exhibit MM, which is an extract from the Pretoria North occurrence books in the cells. And it says, in transito, Detective Sergeant Mokhane of National Case Unit with one male suspect on Longoma Cas 163, 10 of 2018 in bracket 1, Bongani Sandison Tanzi, SAP 1464 of 6 of 2020, SAP 14A, the Notice of Right, 51266 I'm sorry. Time of arrest is 2100. That means he was arrested at 9 o'clock in Rustenburg.
Uthoke lapha kukhona i-exhibition MM la kubhaliwe ngesikhathi sika 2242 ukuthi i-Pretoria North i-occurrence book lena ebhale ukuthi msolake waboshwa ngesikhathi sika 9.
And now you arrive at the police station, you are bringing the suspect in that you've arrested, the booking process is done. What then happens to the accused before he's taken to the cells?
Manje kwenzekanike ngomsolo engakathathwa isomeseleni bese eboshiwe.
I don't understand the question, my lord.
Say, for example, let me put it bluntly. Do the cell masters also search the suspect to make sure that he does not come into the cells with any contraband, prohibited substances or objects? Is that done?
Supposed to be, yes.
Manje kuyasashwa umuntu mengangena emaseleni ukwenzela ukuthi angabe ephethe lutho olungafanele abaluphathe. Kodwa wasithi mephendula wathi yebo kufanele kwenzeke kanjalo.
Okay. It's here, sorry. It's here. Now, I want us to look at the AVL record, and I want you to take into context these call data records, because, like I said, the purpose mainly is to show who was in possession of the cell phone at all relevant times from the 16th of June 2020 until it was allegedly found on accused number 2 on the 7th of February at Villeria, SAPS by Mohane and Mabena. We start on the 16th of June. If we may go to your the call data records, Lieutenant, please. Right, you will see that from the 17th of June 2020 at 18:01 45 seconds, the phone now registers at the 3G Pretoria North NGA. Do you see that?
That's correct.
But I want to try 17 June 2020, so long 18:01:45. If only you come beside is Pretoria North, Linda, Lena, is cell phone channel to 3G Pretoria North NGA. What here?
And it will ping or register on that network until the message stays safe at 18:02:46. That's the same tower.
That's correct, my lord.
But I want to tell you, your towers, if you are 18:02. What here, Bunjal?
Now, just to go back and then I'll go forward. We already now know that on the 16th already, accused number 1 from 22:11 p.m. is in custody in Pretoria North. Per the background that I gave you. Now, what surprises me, in fact, let me say I'm not surprised. I am happy to see this phone pinging at Pretoria North Tower, because obviously, for obvious reasons, accused number 2 is already incarcerated in that police station.
I think I told you the phone line in comparison to Pretoria North Tower, over Beseboshi.
But in terms of the protocol that you and I understand, this phone shouldn't be pinging any tower because it's supposed to be switched off at this point in time. Would you agree?
That's correct.
As
I don't think
When are we getting to this evidence?
that is fair to put to the witness, because Sergeant Mohane denied that they confiscated the phone.
Yeah.
Now, the proposition is put as if the phone was confiscated, and that might perhaps mislead the witness.
Yeah.
I'm not saying my learned friend is doing that.
But this witness, if somebody has transgressed or infringed the protocols, how would he know? And how does it assist this court?
Let's
I mean,
leave it, madam. Right. And then let's go to the. In fact, let me put it this way, for contextual purposes as well. Sergeant Mohane and Sergeant Mohola both testified in this court that on the 17th of June, they interviewed accused number 2 in the cells at Pretoria North SAPS.
Sergeant Mohane, ngona bathi bayakhulumisana nomsola wesibili ngomhla 17 uJune kuJune ebesePitori.
That's not correct. Firstly, it's only Sergeant Mukhani who testified that, not Mukhola, and he testified that it was in the boardroom, not in the cells.
Just before the boardroom meeting.
Let me clarify it, my lord. My colleague is partly correct. Mukhola testified that she only arrived towards the end of the meeting.
But where are you getting to with this evidence?
My lord,
Because this witness,
yes.
this evidence is clear. He's given the disc and the PFD in a sealed envelope to say analyze the information. He does that. What happened prior, he can't testify to that.
Okay. All right.
If Mohula, Mahano or Mabena broke or breached the protocols of the police, how does it help you?
Now let's go to, in particular, this number, the 060 901 6890. In relation to your evidence in Exhibit 5B and 5C, your testimony is that this accused two communicated firstly with accused number 5 on the number 071 595 1239.
That's correct.
Lapha ke ku-exhibition 5B no 5C uthe wena umsolo wesibili ukhulume nomsolo wesihlanu ngenamba 0715955239 wasithi yebo.
Now, accused number 2 will tell this court that prior to the 26th of October 2014, he did not know accused number 5.
Umsolo wesibili uzothi kungafika usuku lukamhla 26 October 2014 wayengamazi umsolo wesihlanu.
I can't comment on it, my lord. I don't know.
Ayengiphawule kuloko angazi lutho.
In respect of accused number 3, according to your analysis in both affidavits, you did not find any communication between accused number 2 and 3. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But ehlezweni wakho uzongithola ukuxhumana phakathi kamsolo wesibili nomsolo wesithathu othi yebo kunjalo.
Accused number 2 will tell the court that it is so that you didn't find that communication because at that time he did not know accused number 3 at the time of this incident on the 26th of October 2014.
Athi umsolo wesibili uzothi hayi ye kunjalo ngoba yena nomsolo wesithathu babengazani lungafiki lolu suku kamhla 26 of 2014.
Furthermore, with respect to accused number 4, did you find any communication between accused number 2 and 4 in the analysis that you performed?
Watholile yini ukuxhumana kamsolo wesibili nomsolo wesine ehlaziyeni kwakho?
No, my lord.
Zangithole.
Accused number 2 will then tell the court that it is unsurprising because at the time of the incident on the 26th of October 2014, he did not know accused number 4 as well.
Athi umsolo wesibili uzothi yena akumangalisi lokho ngoba lungafiki usuku lukamhla 26 October 2014 yena wayengamazi umsolo wesine.
And then accused number 2 will further tell the court that he met accused number 3, 4, 5 for the first time at the Boksburg Magistrates Court on the first appearance of this matter, the very exact matter before this court. He met them in Boksburg when it appeared in the lower courts.
Umsolo wesibili uzothi wabona labo basola 3, 4, 5 eBoksburg enkantolo eqala ke ukuyobingelela imantshi mayelana nalolu daba.
Can't comment on that, my lord. I don't know.
Ayengiphawule lutho kuloko ngoba ngasi lutho.
Now, let's go to your exhibit DD5 in brackets B. Are we there? Paragraph 7.3.1.
Yes.
And your evidence in essence, let me read from paragraph 7.3.1. You say, during cross-examination, it was put to me by counsel for accused number 2, Bongani Sandi Isontanzi, that client was not in possession of Samsung model SMJ 005/D as with IMEI numbers 3532 90085 098895 and IMEI 3532 9108 509 889 when pictures were edited as per original statement dated 16/04/2024, that is exhibit DD5, and then in brackets pages 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 21. And according to the data, the pictures were accessed and edited on 2021 how do I read this?
2021-01-04.
So that is the 4th of January 2021. Okay.
Njalo kubhaliwe lapha ithombe lezi zalungiswa mhla 4 January 2021.
7.3.2 screenshot of status as per original statement dated 2024-04-16 in brackets exhibit DD5 reference to in brackets page 19. 7.3.3 photo that was taken on 2020-10/29 of newspaper article about current case as per original statement dated 2024-04-16 in brackets exhibit DD5 reference page 20 in brackets. Picture was accessed and edited on 2021-01-11. You see that?
That's correct.
And then you say the section 205 data placed Bongani Ntanzi near cell tower 3G Queenswood NGA, that is 220 meters from Valeria SAPS.
That's correct, my lord.
And there's a picture there, I don't know what it depicts, but I'm not interested in it in any event. What I'm interested in is the following. This one that says section 205 data placed Bongani Ntanzi near cell phone tower. What is the basis of you saying that the tower placed the accused there?
Because the tower is 150 meters from Valeria police station. That's the nearest tower that was picked up by the cell phone.
But in terms ukuthi sola untanzi wayelapho ukuthi le tower lena iseduze kakhulu esikhumulo samapholisa seValeria.
According to the section 205, not according by me.
Akusho mina kusho section 205.
You see, Colonel, the problem now becomes this. You remember the cross-examination of my learned colleague, Mr. Mgomezulu, when he put it to you that accused number 3 was not in forced arrest at the time of the commission of the offense. And your response was, you cannot say that accused number 3 was not there. You can only say that the device. You understand that?
So the device was, okay, if you put it to me, the device was in the cells where the accused was also, because this was 220 meters from the cells. So somebody else's phone that was in the cells?
Yes.
Is that what you...
Yes, because the problem becomes when you try to put ready-made inferences by saying a particular person, because he was 220 meters away from this tower, you can now, through the data record, say it is exactly this person that was 220 meters away editing these pictures. You see the problem?
As a confessor, it's a fact that accused number 2 was incarcerated at Villara police station.
That's not disputed, Mr. Namasipisi. You also admitted that your client was inside the cells at Valeria.
Yes, I do.
So what's the problem? Now I argue the fact that it was not a cell or what, because the facts show that accused number 2 was arrested and incarcerated at Valeria, which is 150 or 200 meters away from that power post. I mean, please. So, unless you say what your client was in Rustenburg or Phuket or wherever, Natal or wherever, but you yourself, you say your client was incarcerated in Valeria. And that pole is 200 meters, is it?
220 meters, my lord.
220 meters from the cells. So what are we getting at, please?
My lord, you see, what is good for the gander must also be good for the geese.
Yeah, of course.
Yes. The state cannot, in one instance, they say, no, only the device was here, but the person may have been somewhere else.
Yes, they can't say that. But in this case, according to you, your client was in Valeria.
Yes.
According to you.
Yes.
That's it. So what are we arguing about?
My lord, perhaps, you see, my lord, at times, and I'll have to join Mr. Mgomezu's sentiment, I'm not that kind of a person. My lord has got a tendency to be impatient.
I'm not impatient.
I'm sorry, I had to put in my lord.
Look, if I'm wrong,
yes,
I admit, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But you yourself, you said your client was at Valeria. And said, unless you say he was not there, fine. Then I withdraw everything.
Because the other evidence that we need to hear, and that's been the trend, we need to hear it from the clients. Instead of the court saying, didn't you say so? Because he's going to say yes, because the court is validating that answer for the witness.
No, I'm not. Just quoting the evidence, as you have admitted.
We are part of this evidence, my lord. We read the same evidence, we hear the same evidence that his lordship is hearing. My lord, it's 1 o'clock. May we take a longer agenda?
And this witness, he can't know where your client was. He can only testify about the device. But me, having listened to you putting the assertions, you said your client was at Valeria. And when Mojano says he got the phone at Valeria, you said to your client, he is not telling the truth. That's all.
That's the court basis.
So allow me excoriated for quoting the evidence.
No, let's take the long agenda.
Yes, Mr. Minister.
All right,
Yes, Mr. Ramasipidi.
This is my note, I'm indebted. Can we resume? Yes. I'm going to request you to go to the section 205 call data records for accused number 2.
Yes, what date, my lord?
And then specifically, let's go to December 2020.
What date in December, my lord?
Let's go to December because I need to show you before the dates on which you say if you can have it beamed here because I want my client to have access to
sorry,
the paper.
sorry.
If we go to December, because this document has already been admitted in terms of Section 220 of the Criminal Procedure Act. The tower throughout December, you see it pings Queenswood, but there's a stage where for about some days it pings Palmer Flats. Have you seen that?
Just check quickly what date?
In December, it's a stretch of about is that the whole of December?
It's on busy of December.
Okay.
My lord, can I get a copy of the exhibit, my dear?
My lord, if I may consent. Yeah.
Thank you very much. (18 December, my lord.
From
18 December, page 81.
you see this that stretch. If you can read it where it starts being at Palmer Flats, the date and the time until it leaves Palmer Flats cell tower.
It started in the Palmer Flats, 3G Palmer Flats, NGA, 18 December 2020, 17:39:50, and it stays in the Palmer Flats area. Till 20 December 2049:39 at 20 December 2020 at 20:49:39. That's on page Page 82, my lord, fourth line from the top, it stops. And it starts. 18th line from the top on page 81.
Ngiyabonakala ukuthi noma le number lena ibithola esikhathini esiningi 3G pins with NGA kuleyo tower leyo. Kodwa kusukela mhla 18 December ngo-1839-50 iyabonakala ukuthi iqhumana ne-tower i-Palmer Flats ukuyofikela mhla ka-20 kuDisemba esikhathi 2049-39.
Okay. And I'm being told by my Leonard colleague, all thanks to them. Again, if you go to page 70 of that exhibit.
70.
No, that's fine. Sorry. It's my misunderstanding. It's fine. Leave page 70 alone. Now, you see, Colonel, with our denial that the phone was in the possession of accused number 2 at the time, per your analogy, 3G Queenswood is 220 meters from Valeria SAPS, correct?
That's correct.
And-
3G Queenswood iseduze kwesiphoyisa saseValeria out here.
And if you know where this Palmer Flats cell tower is, do you know that?
No, my lord.
Athi Palmer Flats leyo cell tower ngiyazi ukuthi kuphi.
And can I ask something, Colonel? And this is just for clarification because I'm not an analysis expert. I'll use it in my future cases. When you are given an extraction that has been extracted from a device, a phone, laptop, whatever, a tablet, whatever, and it comes to you, are you also request part of your duties to look at the relevant towers as to their location, or is that the duty of another person from the service provider?
Yes, it's my duty, but I was looking at the specific date when the photos was edited, and that's why I was picking up Queenswood where he was in the cells. I wasn't looking at other dates.
Athi hayi umsebenzi wami ukuthi ngibheke ukuthi leyo tower leyo khulunywa ngayo ilaphi, kodwa ke lana bengibheka izinsuku ezithize. Yikho amehla ami abethe njo kulezo insuku lezi ezinye bengasibiki.
Yeah, then let's move on, but I'm moving on by going back to your evidence in respect of when you testified initially, because remember, when you testified, I specifically stated on record that I'm not going to ask you anything until I've seen the section 205, so I didn't touch this aspect, which is you testified that when you received the 2 SMSs, the 2 SIM cards and SD card, the device itself, which is the cell phone, was not analyzed because it was password locked or pattern code locked. Is that correct?
That's correct. The device itself was not yet. That's correct, my lord.
Athi bengakwazi ukungena kuleyo phone ngoba evalwe ngaphasi
Now, when you testified and you stated that the SIM card 1, which you attributed to the mobile service provider MTN with number 2760901680, did not have any contact list but the following. You only retrieved from that SIM card the please call me to the number that my client tells me is the girlfriend's number, and also a message from Standard Bank regarding a transaction on the 24th of December 2019 in Kwanongom.
That's correct, my lord.
And your testimony is that the SIM card with data and contact lists was SIM card 2, which you say the mobile service provider is Vodacom/Cell C with number 2772 5057056, correct? Now, where is the analysis for this number with those contacts? Where is the analysis for section for 072-505-7056? Because what we have before court here, in contrast to your initial evidence, we've got 060-901-66890 with the contacts.
That's correct, my lord. I didn't receive a section 205 for the other number.
Data ngitholanga section 205 yalenye inumber.
Now, these contacts, the ones that, because obviously it will be the subscriber calling other persons. These persons that you have as Annexure 3 in your Annexure to Exhibit DD5. Annexure 3, it's this contact list in page 6, 7, 8, 9. Where do they come from?
Is that the numbers?
Yes, these contact numbers. Where did you get them from? From the 060 number or the 072 number?
From the 07, just check here. Just want to get the right question here. The context was on the SIM card of 277250570056.
Bathi-ke ama-contact la atholakala kule number eqala ngo-072 kungeyona leyo eqala ngo-060.
But the IMSA number is this number. So all the information was given to me wrong that this is the cell phone number, but the IMSA number is the same as this number, my lord. But yeah, it was found in that SIM card.
But I-IMEI number iyafana ukuhlukanayo nje ukuhlukana i-SIM card number.
I'm lost, Colonel. Your explanation, I'm in the bush now.
In the bush. Okay. So, SIM card, if you look at paragraph 15 of DD5, the SIM card to Vodacom shall see IMSI 66014446229521. Then the phone number was given to me as 072-2505-7056, and then the contacts XL Annexure 3. Came from IMSI with the IMSI number 6550114429521. That's where the contacts were found on my
But number le ngayinikwa ine SIM card EU6090168890. Kodwa ke inumber engayinikwa ileka 072. Okusho ukuthi uma ngibheka la ngaphakathi IMS number ke eyayingala khona leyo phone ko 6550144446229521.
Okay. Now, because there's this discrepancy here that we talked about earlier with the IMSI.
Yes.
Which IMSI is supposed to be related to the call data records that are in front of court as we speak.
655-011-622-9521.
Number record is title 65-5014-4462-29-521.
Okay. Now, in respect of that number, the 072-505-75. Sorry. The 072-505-7056. And I've already stated to you that accused number 2 denies that that is his number. And in fact, let me go to that now so that we clear it right away. He will tell the court that when he was arrested and his phones confiscated in the Samsung J5, there were 2 SIM cards because the phone was dual SIM.
That's correct, yes.
And the SIM cards that were inserted in that device were a Vodacom and an MTN SIM card, similarly to what you've written here, right? In Annexure 1. However, the difference is this. As we've seen now with the mobile network code, that the code that is appropriate for the call records in respect of 060-901-6890 should be the one that you've attributed to SIM card 2.
That's correct, my lord.
Wathi ngesikhathi boshwa-ke kule phone lena iSamsung JS5 ifoni ekwazi ukuthatha amakhadi amabili njengoba sibonile ukuthi ibinekhadi la Vodacom nela ka-MTN. Manje kumehluko ukuthi-ke lapha ku le phone iSIM card ebikhona bekusi 0609016890 ebonakala iSIM card yesibili.
Now, he will state the following to the court, accused number 2, that the numbers that he had, we've already acknowledged the 060-901-6890 as the Vodacom number. He acknowledges that that was his number, but it is a Vodacom, not an MTN.
That's correct, my lord.
Wathi uzothi komsolo sibili le number le enye 060-901-6890 kuyi number yakhe ye Vodacom athi yebo kunjalo.
And the second number that was inserted there in, and it's an MTN number. It's 065-657-7733.
Thike number ya MTN efakwe lapho yesibili 065-607-7733.
Okay, sorry, my lord, I'm mixing the middle number. Let me take instructions. Thank you, Madam. That's it. The number, sorry, correct that one. It's 065 567 7733.
Okay, number ekuyiyona u-065 567 7733.
And he states that both SIM cards had contact lists in them, and both also had the WhatsApp inserted on them because he used that for communication as well.
Womabili ke lama sim card ane WhatsApp futhi womabili ayena nohlu lwabantu abangaphakathi efonini abangafonele.
Now, there's an issue, but I raise it because we are dealing with cell phones. Amongst the issues that were before court were bank statements. I know that they don't deal with you, but I only deal with just one aspect in respect of a cell number. He will tell the court that he has a Standard Bank account, and initially when he opened this account, the cell number provided to the bank that he used was 073 776 1556.
Just repeat that number, please.
I will certainly. 073 776 1556. And that he then later on attended upon a branch in Rustenburg to update his profile, and the profile for Standard Bank should now reflect, because that's the number that he updated to, is 060 901 6890, the one that is on the call data records here.
Noted, my lord.
Ngiyabona kwakune number leyo 0737761596 ayisenzisa kodwa ke ngoba ke washintshela kule number 0609016890 wayephela ukuthi ay Standard Bank sase Rustenburg ayoshintsha ukuze ifuna ukubonakala ukuthi ayisebenzisayo yipi.
Now there's a further number that is attributed to accused number 2, and that number there's also section 205 call data records obtained. If we can go to that, the 076 264 8640.
I think I only got it in Excel format. I don't think I've done it in the PDF format yet, my lord. Can I go to the Excel format? Can I do it on the Excel format?
Let's qualify that. And my qualification will be, and I don't want anybody in this court to misconstrue me or misunderstand me as saying that you have cooked, you have fried, you have altered, edited, all those words. But I'm just saying this before you go to the Excel format. When the TSU, the Technical Support Unit of the SAPS, receives the phone records from the mobile network operators, in what format are they?
PDF, my lord.
Athume amaphoyisa ke ethola umbiko mayelana nokusetshenziswa kwefoni uba ungalolu hlobo lwe-PDF.
Is a PDF format file, can it be altered or manipulated?
Not really, my lord, but technology nowadays don't know, but not supposed to be.
Ifile yi-PDF ayilungiseki noma uguqulwa, kodwa ke zikhona indlela esezikhona kulamalanga zokuthi ungakwazi ukuyiguqula.
But once it is in Excel form and once you open it, we can clearly prove that the Excel format is easily edited, manipulated, and altered. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Excel ayikuyabonakala ukuthi ngashintsha yona noma inini.
Now let's go with that qualification. Let's go to that one, the 0762648460. I just want the tower locations for
That call.
for the 16th, 17th.
The 16th, 17th of
That will be 2020.
what date?
Yeah, 2020.
2020, what day?
Sorry?
What month?
The 16th of June.
16th of June. There's only 3 entries, my lord.
Mhla 16 of June ngiyabonakala ngathi kubhalwe imigqa emithathu kuphela.
Okay. And let's then look at the tower location of the 3 transactions.
So at 01:57:29, that was during the night, and 02:07, the cell phone was switched off. Oh no, there's a Impala 3G Impala Platinum NGA 93. The second one, there was no cell phone tower, it's undefined. And then there was a SMS received at 06:54:01, and the cell tower was 3G Impala Platinum NGA 93.
So ngo-157 yayixhumene ne-Impala Platinum itower ngosikhathi 2:07 ayikuyabonakala ukuthi akuchazi ukuthi yayihlangane nayiphi itower, kodwa ngo-6:54 iyabonakala ukuthi iphinda ibonakala ilapha ngaphansi kwe-Impala Platinum.
Do you want to place it on record as an exhibit if I refer to it? It's on record. Okay. Right. Now, before we even, because I just want to reconcile these call data records with the ones for 060 in respective of those few towers, because I don't want to go through Papa High, I chew gum. I just want to do those simple ones only. This device, this section 205, from which device was the SIM card, or let me start here. How did you obtain these call data records?
Through section, through the investigation team, Brigadier Ganinda applied for this number, my lord.
Brigadier Ganinda apply with actually section 205 LA.
Okay.
Phone.
And because I don't see the device from which the SIM card was inserted into, would you perhaps in a position to enlighten us.
No, my lord, I don't know from which phone does it come. It's just a SIM card. It's not a SIM card, it's a cell phone number. So that was given to me by the investigation team, and they gave me the section 205 for this number. So I don't know in which phone was this number used.
Manje mina ngalinga inombolo kuphela ukuthi ngiyofuna section 205 angazi ukuthi esetshenziswa kuyiphi ifoni.
Just that word here, Colonel, you seem to have lost me again a bit. Are you saying, and this is for my edification, I'm not casting any aspersion or making any negative inference. Are you saying with the MSISD and the cell number, can you go to the service provider with the subpoenas and say, kindly give me the section 205 on this number without the device or the SIM card?
Yes, my lord.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't know that.
Uyakwazi nje ukuthi uphethe inumber nje uyocela ukuthi cela section 205 kuleyo number nanoma ungayiphethe iSIM card nanoma ungayiphethe ifoni.
Now, for that comparison that I want and the reconciliation between the call data records for 060-901-6890 and 076-264-8640, with respect to the first tower location, we will see that both are at the Impala cell tower.
Just check quickly, my lord. Just want to. $0655, it was in Impala, Platinum 3, NGA3, that's correct, my lord.
065539 yes Impala.
And that's on number 27609016890, and then on the other number 27762648460. It was also in the platinum area at 065401 on 2020 0616. The 3G Platinum Impala Platinum NGA3.
Jana lenye ifoni yabonakala ukuthi ayiseduze seMpala Platinum ngalelo la.
Now, if we go to the date of the 17th of June in respect of both again, the 060-901-6890 and 076-264-8640. And I'm also looking only at the commonalities between the tower locations
From what time, my lord?
let's start with
Which one are we going to start with?
on the 17th of June, the one that pings or registers on the Pretoria North, all of Pretoria North.
This will be this one. Okay. But it only starts at 1801 in Pretoria North.
1801 in Pretoria.
1801, that's correct.
Okay.
Here it is. Bigger. There's that entry.
Yes, I see that.
Ati 0609016890 ngo-1801-47 ibitholakala ePitoli mhla ka-17 kuJune 2020.
That entry is on page 1 of the self-indicted, my lord. Yes?
Yes. So from that time, 1801-47, no, so sorry, go up a bit, sorry about that. Pretoria North, it starts 1801 45 until 1802-46.
That's correct.
And then let's see around, let's see the 076264, the tower location for that 8460. Around the period of the 17th of June 2020 as well.
So in the morning?
Just the 17th, let's see.
That's
because
okay.
I want to see the correlation in terms of time and locality.
In 1940-22, it was in the 3G Pretoria North NGA area.
Therefore, in 1940-22, here is a Pretoria North. Kulmali phone 076 264 8460.
I can't see it here. The 17th.
Is that what you need to know, my lord?
Yes. Because if you look at, I just want to see the times.
1940.
Yes, it's in Pretoria.
Pretoria, NGA, Pretoria North NGA,
Pretoria,
that's correct.
North NGA. And sorry, just to because I need clarity on this. Go back on. I want to see the last entry at Pretoria North on 060.
(1802-46).
At 060 1802-46 uba endaweni yasePitoli.
Now, as already put to you as a form of background, accused number 2 on the 17th, he was in custody in Pretoria North SAPS, and at no stage on that day was he booked out for any investigation.
Ngalelo langa umsolo mhla 17 wayesePitoli wayengakhishiwe ukuthi kuyokwenziwa uphe.
And if we look at the call data records of 076 264 8640, although we don't know the device, we see that from 852.07, let me see the locality, the cell tower. It's in 3G Hawaii Street SGS. Would you know where that cell tower is?
No, my lord.
Okay.
Leyo tower Hawaii Street SGS angazi ukuthi ingabe ngakuphi.
And on the same day, on the 17th, on the second entry, it reflects that the device registered on 3G Old Apostolic Church, SGS. You see that?
That's correct, my lord.
Athi yabonakala futhi vela nayo se-3G Old Apostolic Church, SGS.
And then the fourth entry, it registers on 3G Foslora Square, SGS.
That's correct, my lord.
Yabonakala ukuthi ibonakala ise-Foslora Square.
And the last two entries, 3G Ben Skuman, Benfeldune Street, NGA, and 3G Pretoria North, NGA. The AVL expert, Mr. Duprier, showed us that Benfeldune Street is a street leading to Pretoria North Police Station, and then obviously the tower then reflects 3G Pretoria North Tower.
Atikona uchwepheshe ovezile ukuthi 3G Benfeldune umgwaqo oseduze oholela Pretoria North Police Station.
Now you will see that the point that I'm really making, that if the two numbers are attributed to accused number 2, they ping the same pin cell tower on the 16th, and then they share a commonality of 3G Pretoria North on the last entry in the call records of 2648640 number.
Yes.
And in relation to what I've already put as a background, on that day, accused number 1 was neither, accused number 2 could not have been all those places, Old Apostolic Church, Fosloras, SG, Hawaii, and Benfeldune. Obviously it's nearer to Pretoria North, so the expert on towers from the service provider will tell us further regarding that.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
Now, the other aspect, I've already read that in records. It pertains the pictures referred to in your exhibit DD in brackets 5, DD5 in brackets B. If we can go to now the relevant pages, starting with page 13. Now, let's look at the metadata of that phone. Your testimony, and it's borne out by the metadata on the screen, that the phone was, you only testified about 2 features, that it was accessed on the 4th of January 2021, and the time is stated thereon, and it was modified also on the 4th of January 2021 with the stipulated time. Recall that?
That's correct.
Ndiyabonakala ukuthi kwa yakhiwa ngo 1543 umhla 4 January 2021 and iyase yalungiswa 1543-40 ngalo lolo suku ngomhla 4 January 2021.
Now, with regard to photos, what is, because I see there it says EXIF, which is EXIF, and then light source 0. With respect to photographs taken via digital cameras, what does that EXIF stand for?
I haven't got a clue, madam.
Okay.
Beg your pardon?
I don't know, madam.
La exif la kubuza wona angazi utakazi uthi umele.
Now, let's go to the only 3 categories that I'm keen on, since you don't know what EXIF is. The creation date as well shows that it's the 4th of January, so it's similar to the modified and the access. So it's 4th of January 2021 as well. Do you see that?
That's correct, madam.
But usuku loku-creator nokulungisa usuku olulodwa mhla ka-4 nokuthi kwangenwa kuyona usuku olulodwa mhla ka-4 January 2021.
So my question will be, and let's go one by one through this exercise. When you say it was created on the 4th of January 2020 at 15:43:07, what do you mean by creation?
Okay, so one of these photos was taken on 2020-11-20.
Yes.
InShot is a program that is on your device. It's a program that you can download. So InShot, and this photo, this is not one photo, this is 2 photos that's combined on the program using InShot. So these 2 photos combined was created on 2021-01-04 at 15:43:07.
Thole in short lena i-application ekhona la ngaphathi efonini ongakwazi uyi-download. Lezi ithombe lezi akusona isithombe sodwa, ithombe ezimbili okwathi makusetshenziswa le InShot yasetshenziswa ukuthi izihlanganise.
Malaki, if I may take instructions on this aspect. I mean, that's it, madam. Yep. Thank you. So you were explaining about the InShot, how it works to match or create 2 photos.
That's correct, madam.
Okay.
But yasetshenziswa ukuthi ihlanganise lezi ithombe zombili.
Okay. So I'm not going to go through picture by picture. I'm just going to summarize them as you've written them in paragraph 7.3.1 in respect for this paragraph, that accused will tell the court that the photos depicted on pages 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 21, which were, according to the data, created, accessed, and edited on the 4th of January 2021, were not done by him because he did not have this device on him at the time.
Umsozophe ukuthi lesi photo lezi ithombe lezo 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 no 21 wayezivula ngoba wayengayiphethe ifoni ngalezo nsuku.
I can't comment, I'm just going on the data that is in front of me, my lord.
Ngapha ngaloku ubekwe lapha phambi kwami
And similarly with the screenshot in terms of paragraph 7.32 and the newspaper article in paragraph 7.3.3, accused number 1 will deny that he's the one that accessed, modified, and created those images.
Thank you, my lord.
So uzothi hayi konke lokho hayi akakwazi yena ngoba akenwa sikowaguqula.
So sorry, my lord, I keep on saying accused number 1 at times there. I refer to accused number 2. So I'm confusing the record a bit. And my lord, may I confer with my... Sorry, my lord, if I may give you a minute. Sorry, my lord, I'm just looking for one piece of... Now, Colonel, and with respect to you, I just want to put the following. Accused number 1, when we look at the tracking of the... the tracking of the phone, if you go to the 205 in respect of the call data records for, this one. If we look at the dates of the transactions beginning, let's start at the beginning so that I see exactly what I'm talking about, right at the top. On which date does it start?
This one started 15 June.
Yeah, from the 16th of June 2020 when he was arrested, when he was arrested until, if we go to right until the end of December 2020, and we can, if we've got the time to do so, go date by date from the 15th, the 16th of June 2020 until the 30th of December. That phone has forever been on. It's never been off.
Yes, from the 20th of June till the 26th of June, the phone was off.
Yes, what I'm saying is this. For those intermittent periods where there'll be a change of date, where it's switched off maybe overnight and tomorrow it goes on, that he's never had that phone on him. Right from the 16th of June until to the date when Mabena says, Sergeant Mohani says it was found on accused number 2.
I don't understand the question, my lord.
Sorry, madam, if I may take. Sorry, can I, perhaps if you go to the date of the 18th, where the tower is located as Verwoerd,
18th
of June 2020.
June 20. Yes.
Just by way of example, to demonstrate that, and it is my instructions to put this on record, that on the 18th, for background purposes, I've already put it to you, but I'm refreshing you. This is the time when the car now is in the Alberton area at Engine in Mali Street, when the Mukhani stated that the car was stuck because of mechanical problems. You'll see that there are about 8 or 9 attempted calls to be made.
No, it was SMS's, my lord.
No, beneath that.
Oh, yes.
Oh, is it the 19th, sorry?
The 19th,
Oh,
yes.
is it the 19th?
Yes.
No, I'm confusing myself. Yes, at the time those messages were received,
Yes.
they were together with the police in the car, which is Mohane and the late Mabena, and that he was in the car handcuffed at the back, so he could not have received those SMSs because the police were going to see that he's got a phone in his possession.
Can't comment. He received the SMSs. I don't know if he read it on that stage, sir. I don't know, my lord.
That's the court, Mrs. Malot. Those are the questions I have for the witness. I mean,
Angazi kuchaza lutho ngoba ukuthi wathinte noma wathintanga lawo call ama SMS ngikwazi ukuphawula.
It's 15:03, my lord. You want to start now or tomorrow?
I think even the justice to this witness, I think he's already tired. I'm not him, but naturally he should be tired. He's also a human being.
Okay, so adjourn till tomorrow.
It's not available tomorrow. We'll have to adjourn his evidence to Monday. We'll try and get another witness for tomorrow.
Okay.
That is in order, man. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Manda. Het is de dag tot maandag. Why you smile, Mr. Mohammed?
No, I can see that he's tired, man. He's tired.
Oh, that's so?
Yeah, he's exhausted.
Okay. Thanks, sir. Then,